Recording in
all our
progress.
mind and our focus will
Okay,
be impacted only on
good
this session.
morning, everyone.
And this morning, I
Yeah,
would like
let's
to
start
welcome
our
everyone to the
panel
panel
sessions.
7 with the theme.
Yeah, I'm Dedi Sulaiman. I'm research lead for pitland monitoring at WRI Indonesia, and I am really glad to be moderating these sessions today. And I hope you are all feeling energized for these exciting sessions. And it is truly inspiring to see so many passionate young researchers gather in this conference. And actually, it reminds me back then when I was participating at a conference for the first time. I still remember at the time when I was walking into a room full by, smart people, and then during the Q&A sessions, I kept wondering whether my questions, my ideas, good enough. But by the end of the day, I realized that conferences are not about perfections, because they are about learning, exchanging stories, and finding people who are just as passionate as you are. And to be honest, it became a turning point for me because I finally felt part of a scientist community. Yeah, and that's exactly what this conference is about, because this conference goal is to create a platform where young scientists can exchange ideas, connect across disciplines, and build solutions together. And even more importantly, your insights today will feed directly into policy recommendations that will bring to the co-creation policy memo sessions later. And today we are in panel 9, land-based emissions, dynamics, and climate governance in Indonesia. And this topic is quite big because, land-based emissions is really at the center of Indonesia's climate issues, right? And our peatlands, store huge amount of carbon, and our forests also can either protect us or add to emission depending on how they are managed. And wildfires also affect everything, from air quality to health to climate change. On top of that, our policies around land use, restoration, and climate governance will determine whether we move toward a low emission and climate resilient future, or whether we keep repeating at the same challenges year by year. So what happens on our land, how we protect it, how we manage it, and how we restore it will shape Indonesia's climate pathways for decades. And we are very fortunate to have 4 amazing presenters here. And I'd like to invite all of the presenters. The first one, I'd like to invite Ihsan Hafian from WRI Indonesia. Ihsan, please take your seats in the front. Ihsan Hafian is a research analyst from WRI Indonesia, and he will be presenting about peat rewetting impact on CO2, methane, and nitrous oxide emissions in Central Kalimantan peatland. And will follow by Ratih Dwi Fardila, alumna of Kyoto University, who will be talking about evaluating wildfire-driven ozone formations in the Indonesian troposphere using geochem, implication for climate adaptation and quality management. And Hasna Afifa from Wageningen University and Research will be presenting about evolving landscape of REDD+ finance, global dynamics, and lessons from Indonesia. And our last presenters will be Tommy Haryadi. He is the director for Food, Land, and Water program at WRI Indonesia. We will be focusing on joint-up governance and sustainable finance for inclusive reef-to-reef conservation in Southwest Papua. So give applause to our presenters. Before we begin, just a quick reminder to all presenters. Each of you will have a maximum of 10 minutes. And for all participants, please stay engaged because we will have a Q&A sessions after all presentations. So without further ado, let's kick off the sessions. Ihsan, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Pak Dede. Ya,
let me introduce myself. My name is Ihsan Hafian. I'm a research analyst for peatland monitoring in WRI Indonesia. So in this opportunity, uh, I want to present our latest study regarding the peat rewetting impact on greenhouse gases emission in Central Kalimantan peatland. We also work with BRIN as well as University of Palangkaraya and UK Center for Ecology and Hydrology. Yeah, to give you better context, peatland is a small covers around the world, only cover around 3% worldwide. But interestingly, peatland stores 1/3, about 30% of the terrestrial carbon, organic carbon. So in ASEAN country members, not South Asia, Indonesia have 13.4 million of peatland, and Malaysia we have they have 3.7. And yeah, peatland, as you might already know, peatland store large carbon stocks. Therefore, we have to prevent the peatland from being oxidized or even burned. Therefore, in peatland area, usually people make a drainage canal as well as for irrigation and for drainage. And however, these human activities might causes the peat to oxidize to the atmosphere. And we also have the hypothesis of rewetting may restore the methane. And this study will evaluate the greenhouse gases response to rewetting activity, especially in Central Kalimantan peatland. Yeah, so this is the flow chart of restoration activity in peatland. This is modified from BRG, peat restoration agency in Indonesia. Rewetting activity in Indonesia mainly use canal blocking or even canal backfilling, depending of the area of cultivation or conservation. And the study sites were in Palangkaraya and Pulang Pisau, Central Kalimantan Province. We choose 4 sites with degraded and rewetted peatlands. Therefore, we have shrubland and forest land, both with degraded and rewetted. This rewetted site refers to a site which has a canal blocking implementation. And this is we have the longitudinal section of the canal blocking. And the methodology was the greenhouse gases flux measurement was conducted over 5 observation periods. And yeah, we have to, we did assess the temporal variability in emission linked to the water table fluctuation. We also evaluate the rainfall area, average area rainfall on the particular sites using satellite observation. Yeah, as you may see, the rainfall pattern is still the same for the past 5 years. And yeah, the greenhouse gases sampling was took place in 3 transects for each specific plots. The first one is 50 meters from the canal, and then 100 meters, and then 200 meters. This is based on our research in hydrological modeling. Therefore, we have a total of 700 more of gas sampling. And at each sampling plot, we make static chambers. We also made a trench, a rectangular trench. And then we examine the gas sampling for 4 time intervals, 0, 10, 20 minutes, and 40 minutes. And we also took the gas sampling to the lab using GC to analyze the greenhouse gases component. And the analysis was based on the rate of gas concentration change over time. We also consider chamber volume, surface area temperature, and atmospheric pressure, following standard approach for greenhouse gases estimation. We also incorporate descriptive and comparative analysis to this study. And our study shows that the carbon dioxide emission for the forest before and after rewetted, there is a reduction around 13.5%. On the shrub, we have a reduction around 26%. However, on the other hand, the methane is increasing after rewetting, both in forest and shrub. And for the nitrous oxide, it stays stable in the forest, and on the shrub side, it decreased around 40%. As you may see on this graph, additionally the water table depth on each sides are monitored using a water level logger, and from this particular picture, we may conclude that rewetting through canal blockings maintain the hydrological condition of the forest and shrub sites. So after rewetting, the water table less likely to fluctuate. And we also find that rewetting decrease carbon dioxide and nitrous oxide. However, it increases the methane. It also depends on the hydrology and vegetation. So this is likely site-specific. It might be different for the other site. We also have to consider the hydrological influence. Rewetted forest and shrub has shallower with water table depth, which in return promotes methanogenesis, which is that's explain why the methane is higher on the rewetted side. And conclusion of this study was, both in forest and shrub side, the carbon dioxide and nitrous oxide emission decline. However, if we look closely, the methane is increasing. So we need to consider in bigger picture, both each of these gases contribute to the how each of these gases contribute to the global warming. So apparently, according to the latest study, the methane and nitrous oxide is less contribute to global warming when it convert into carbon dioxide. And also, these findings demonstrate the climate mitigation potential of rewetting depends of the balance of each of these particular gas, both carbon dioxide and nitrous oxide. Thank you. I think that's all.
Thank you, Isan, for the excellent presentations and underlining that pit revetting activities is really important in climate mitigation because it can reduce some of greenhouse gas emissions. So from the greenhouse gas emissions, we will move to ozone formations. It's really interesting because this research also take place in Central Kalimantan, right? Yeah. Okay. And this research will be presented by Rati. She will show at how wildfires contribute to ozone formation and what that means for climate adaptation and air quality. Rati, the floor is yours.
All right. Stay. Well, good morning, everyone. It's an honor for me to standing here in front of you in WRY Indonesia International Guest Conference. My name is Rati Dewi Fardila. I'm an alumna of Kyoto University, Japan. I'm studying about atmospheric chemistry, and I'm right now an independent researcher in Samarinda City. All right, today I would like to introduce you about a very interesting topic entitled Evaluating What Fire-Driven Ozone Formation in Indonesian Troposphere by Using Geoschem, Implication for Climate Adaptation and Air Quality Management. Next, please. All right, talking about forest fire emission. So, okay, I'm sorry for the error right now. Oh, ini sinar, berarti kita harus megang dua. Oh, maksudnya cuma tangan aja ya? Ribut ya.
We apologize for the technical issues. Maybe, in the meantime, we waiting for our team to fix the problem. Probably, Rati, could you share with us about the background of your research? Why did you choose Central Kalimantan as your research study? And yeah, probably you can also share the background of your research in general.
Thank you very much, everyone. So, especially today we study about the peatland, but for my research is about the air quality. Previously in 2023, I studied in Kyoto University, Japan, and I observed a lot of related to ozone formation, but I realized that there was really limited research about ozone in Central Kalimantan, but we have to know as well, not only like particulate matter or carbon monoxide, which is harmful for us, but also ozone very destructive because it can cause respiratory disease. So I would like to introduce for today like difference of ozone in stratosphere and in troposphere. If in stratosphere is really good to protect us from UV light, but ozone in troposphere is very catastrophic. It's very harmful for our respiratory system, like that. Thank you. All right. Well, let me. Okay, once again, I would like to repeat my presentation. Well, today in WRI Indonesia, I would like to introduce my research entitled Evaluating What Fire-Driven Ozone Formation in Indonesia, Indonesian Troposphere by using Geochem, Implication for Climate Adaptation and Air Quality Management. I would like to start by showing about my background to conduct this research. Forest fire and peat fires have repeatedly contributed towards air quality in Indonesia, and it's including from Palangkaraya city. The worst forest fire incident was happened at 10 until 21 September 2019. At that moment, the concentration of carbon monoxide has reached about 500 microgram per meter cubes. During the forest fire emission, not only carbon monoxide, which are emitted, but also it involves another related pollutants, and it also induced by the anthropogenic emissions, such as resulting NOx, particulate matter, and existing of volatile organic compound, or VOC. This kind of the emissions can produce the tropospheric ozone in the atmosphere. Well, if we know that ozone in the stratosphere is really good to protect us from the UV light, ozone in the troposphere is in a different case. In the troposphere, ozone is really harmful pollutant because it can cause the respiratory disease system, and it's a part of the greenhouse gases as well. Well, in Kyoto University, Japan, I studied a lot about how the ozone production regime. And in ozone production regime, there are two terminology in here. The first is about the VOC limited regime. VOC limited regime is located in here. The VOC limited regime happens when the ozone production increase as the VOC rises, so that mitigation or reducing VOC is really helpful in order to mitigate ozone. The second case is the NOx limited regime. NOx limited regime is a condition when the ozone concentration rises as the NOx increasing. For this reason, reducing NOx is very effective to mitigate the ozone concentration. However, there is very limited research that conduct about ozone formation in Palangkaraya city. Based on this problem, my research objective aimed to first identify how the chemical regime NOx limited versus VOC limited change during the plum aging fire, and the second, assessing how mixing of fire plum with anthropogenic NOx enhance ozone downwind, and the second, I would like to evaluate the spatio-temporal relationship between ozone and also carbon monoxide forest fire episode and its correlation with the ozone enhancement. Next is about the methodology. In this research, I specially observed the data period from 10 until 21 September 2009 and 2019, and the location was located at Palangkaraya, particularly in Bukit Batu and Jekan Raya. During this research, I also using the software that based on the satellite and having the data compilation to see more about the previous research. And here are the main findings of this research. Let's look at this map. In here is the concentrations of the carbon monoxide, particularly the hotspot. During the forest fire, we can see the concentration of carbon monoxide was recorded about 500 until 900 of microgram per meter cubes. And in here, we can see there are lots of influence of the wind direction to the northwest and to the north. If compared to the theory of ozone limited regime, in here we have the NOx saturated regime or VOC limited regime in the fresh plum or directly after the forest fire happened. However, after several days, it turns to be NOx limited regime, or we said that age plums, and they are very worse condition because wind has distributed to the north. It means the ozone concentration has accumulated to the north of the state location in here. And the next, I also would like to introduce you about this. The amount of ozone product produced in the smoke plum was characterized by using the normalized axis mixing ratio or NEMR. And in here, we can estimate the concentration of ozone by using data of carbon monoxide. As we see in this graphic, when the first plum or when directly the forest fire happened, the concentration of ozone is really small. However, as the time goes by, the photochemical age increased and the concentration of ozone gradually increased, particularly after 20 hours of the forest fire emissions. And the longer photochemical age of the plum, the more ozone was produced. As reflected in here, we finally getting the higher ozone concentrations. And then this is the ozone isoplate during the forest fire. Why I can know it is the VOC limited or NOx limited regime? Because I have this curve. Okay, in this curve, I said before, this is the VOC limited regime, VOC limited regime location, in which in here ozone concentration is still low. Why it can be low? Because ozone has suppressed due to high NOx concentration, which has titrated the ozone, so ozone is still low. However, as the time added, the photochemical age more, there is a shift. occurred because the NOx level decreased over time, and VOC dominated in here. VOC became more influential and driving the higher ozone concentration. And then next, I would like to talk about anthropogenic emissions that can enhance ozone downwind. Overall, the combination of NOx from the fire plum and from anthropogenic source can lead to increase of ozone production level, where wind carries this mixed plum from the outside sources. I mean, not only the ozone increase because of the forest fire, but also surrounding anthropogenic emission, for example, from the car and also other transportation that emit NOx can increase the ozone concentration. And the last is about evaluating the spatio-temporal relationship between ozone and carbon monoxide worst forest fire episode and its correlation with the ozone enhancement. By looking at this data, we could know that the concentration of carbon monoxide is really high during the first plum age or the first time forest fire happened. However, the concentration of ozone still small. As the time goes by, as the time added more, the carbon monoxide concentration seems decline, but ozone enhancement remain, but the ozone concentration can increase in this case. For this reason, carbon monoxide can act as excellent tracer for fire plum. As the plum age, carbon monoxide decay gradually while ozone increase due to enhance of the photochemical activity and influenced by the surrounding anthropogenic emissions. And if we compare with this graphic, it shows about the diurnal cycle of ozone production in the atmosphere. We can see there are several of ozone precursors that during the forest fire, not only carbon monoxide, but also VOC are abundantly emitted, and they are drive the ozone formation. In here, carbon monoxide can produce the hydroxy radical in the atmosphere, and finally, it can react with the existing of the anthropogenic sources, and finally, due to the photochemical light, it can produce the ozone. So there are many factors that we have to know how it can produce high ozone concentration during the forest fire and after the forest fire. And finally, I come up with the conclusion and also recommendation for the stakeholder. The first, we already know that there is a chemical regime transition at Kalimantan, that shifting from VOC to the NOx limited regime. How make it more tactical? I make the logic like this. The first, reducing VOC emission is effective to mitigate ozone. How to reduce the VOC emission? Absolutely, by immediately stop the forest fire. And another concern is to create fire breaks by planting certain vegetation that can slow fire spread. If the fires stop, it can reduce the total amount of VOC release and ozone will be declined. And the next, after several days, we need to enforce the stakeholder to announce to the people to limit the activity outdoor, because outdoor activity can produce the NOx emission, particularly if they are transport by using the car or the other transportation, because high NOx concentration after several days from forest fire can induce high ozone concentration. And then the next recommendations, it's related to the climate adaptation and resilience towards the air quality. The first, my recommendation is to protecting the public from direct smoke exposure by using the MAX 95 and monitoring ozone level and reduce NOx emission, and related to climate adaptation framework by implementing fire risk assessment to making a precise protected zone. And the last, by implementing nature-based solution, by implementing forest restoration, sustainable land management, and enhanced carbon sequestration. And thank you very much for your precise attention. I'm Rati Dwi Fardila from Kyoto University, Japan. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rati, for the insightful presentations. And it's really interesting to see how wildfire-driven ozone formation can be traced and modeled so clearly. And this research is really inspiring, especially for us in WR Indonesia, because we also conducted almost the same research back then in 2019, but about the impact of pit fires on carbon dioxide emission. And to see this research is really inspiring us to dig more about this topic. Okay. After we discuss about the greenhouse gas emissions and also ozone formation from the peatland ecosystem. So for now, we will move to climate finance topic. We are looking, at how global REDD+ dynamics are evolving and what lessons Indonesia can draw from them. Please welcome our next presenter, Hasna.
Yeah. Thank you. Well, good morning, everyone. My name is Hasna, and today I'm going to present my research titled Evolving Landscape of REDD+ Finance, Global Dynamics and Lessons from Indonesia. And this study was part of my intern work with the UN Climate Change in Germany last year. So let me start with the REDD+ program. I think we all know that forest and other land use is a substantial contributor to greenhouse gases emission, yet also climate change mitigation. At the same time, climate change is also a global inequality issue. Developing countries need to keep their forests, but they still have pressure for economic development. And that's why REDD+ program exists. It incentivizing developing countries who can keep their forest. So REDD+ consists of 5 activities, including reducing emission from deforestation and forest degradation, as how REDD+ is, and then conservation and enhancement of forest carbon stock, also sustainable management of forest. So when we are talking about REDD, I think many people will think about carbon market. But what REDD+ I am talking about in this presentation is the jurisdictional REDD+, or what we in Indonesia called as a result-based payment, or RBP. So it actually implemented in 3 steps, from readiness, implementation, to result-based payment. So basically international pay for our results. It has been institutionalized first through Warsaw Framework in 2013, then also through Paris Agreement. However, since its first inception in 2008, REDD+ has increased its complexity, more donors, more actors, but the funding remains challenging. International finance is now very fragmented, and it creates government challenge for recipient countries such as Indonesia. And therefore, my research is to analyze the structure and trends of international REDD+ finance and evaluate its efficacy through dive deep into Indonesians' experience. I have 2 research questions here. The first one is, how have global REDD+ financial flows evolved since its first inception in 2008? And the second is, what quantifiable results and governance challenges has Indonesia faced in assessing and utilizing result-based REDD+ finance? So this is what I did. First of all, I downloaded all REDD+ finance database, which now there's no single sources providing this. So I uploaded from Climate Funds Update, from UNFCCC biennial reports, also from some of the standards websites, standards and donors website. It's from 2008 to May 2024. Then I also conducted literature reading to analyze the gap between the data that we have, also with the challenge that the countries faced. And this is the data. Actually, it's a very, very huge database, but because this is a very limited time, I will just highlight some. Okay, so maybe I will introduce you first to the architecture. Here in the blue side, you can see it's a public finance. It consists of multilateral institutions or multilateral funds and bilateral. For multilateral, we have a UNFCCC financing body, which is Green Climate Fund or GCF. Also some others like Amazon Fund, World Bank, FCPF, BOCF, etc. And bilateral funds, mostly it is from Norway, Germany, and the UK government. And we also have private finance from private sectors, for example, or green bonds, etc. But what funds RED Plus projects or RED Plus program mostly comes from public finance. There is still very short, very few amounts coming from private finance because most of the private finance, it goes to the voluntary carbon market. So here is the global trends of RED Plus. We can see that actually bilateral funding is the largest source of finance. It is 60% more than those of multilateral, but we can see that actually multilateral pays more countries, like small project in 63 countries, but bilateral provide like huge amount of finance only to 15 countries. But the interesting part here is actually multilateral initiative have the same country donor as bilateral. So World Bank, Amazon Fund, or whoever had those big share, actually it comes also from Norway, Germany, and the UK. So that's what the challenge. And if we see like the implementation, it started with the readiness in yellow line. And in 2018, it started with the result-based payment. Then it peaks in 2020. Okay, and if we see country recipients, we can see that Brazil is actually the highest recipients, followed by the Democratic Republic of the Congo. And the third one is Indonesia. But if we are looking specifically at the distribution per phase, actually, Indonesia is the highest RBP recipients, meaning that Indonesia has been recognized globally for being able successfully halting deforestation and preserving forests. At that time, I was thinking, really? But let's look at Indonesia's RED Plus finance landscape. Here is the data. Here is the data from Indonesia. We can see that Indonesia got RBP, result-based payments, from 4 sources. The biggest one is from NICFI, or Norway government. Then GCF, FCPF in East Kalimantan, and Biocarbon Fund in Jambi. But if we are seeing at the graph, actually bilateral or Norway provides so much more funding than those of multilateral combined. And if we see at the projects, actually we have a lot of VCM or voluntary carbon market projects, but there is no transparent database on how much the funding is shared through that window. And Norway is the biggest supporter. They support our readiness back then in 2010, and then RBP through Volunetsing program. And for all this, Indonesia actually streamlining the funds through Indonesia Environment Fund or BPDLH, but the voluntary carbon market or VCM does not include there. Okay, so although we are the highest recipients of result-based payments, I would say that we still have so much issue regarding this. The first one is the use of RBP itself, the capacity, also the MRV, that we need to establish actually before, after we get this fund. So sometimes I found that there are Lemtara, but there is still confusion in how to use this money and how to monitor for the efficacy to avoid leakage and other problems. And back then in 2024, there is a big issue that VCM bypass governance challenge. Now there is SRN, it has established some years back, but now it's better because they already signed the MRA with standards like FERA, Gold Standard, Plan FIFO, etc. But still, if we are looking at the SRN website, the data of VCM is not yet there. So we need to also improve SRN to not just a platform for documenting, but also providing a clear ruler for all the carbon projects in Indonesia. The third issue is regarding land tenure, safeguards, and benefit sharing transparency. That's what I always found in the field whenever I go to the RED Plus areas. Like some communities doesn't know like how much the percentage that they get from RED Plus. And although there are RED Plus programs in their area, the conflict between the local community and also with the, I don't know, concession holder, also landowners, for example, from other communities are still exist. So I think it's very important that the policy is not just there, but there is like a real transparent database and a decentralized mechanism. And last but not least, but I think this is the biggest problem, is the change in political leadership can shift focus. Like last president can say that protecting forests is our priority, but then the next president may change to economic development. So that it's very important actually to have policy reforms to really stop the drivers of the deforestation itself and combining RED Plus into another economic and development agenda. So it should work together, not separately. And lastly, from global, drawing from Indonesia as well, we see that from the donor side itself, there is insufficient funding in both volume and diversity. You know that Norway, Germany, and the UK are the main actors in whatever funds. And from recipient itself, there are high implementation costs for RED Plus countries without guaranteed certainty. For example, you see in our graph there, previously there was a lot of pledge, but very small dispersed, and that is the big problem. Multiple standards exist, but still that they cannot guarantee the certainty that the country is be able to tap the finance. And then from the scheme itself, rapid transition from readiness to RBP, countries may not be ready yet. So from all of this, I think it's very important to create one straight rule that is agreed by all standards, so that developing countries may be easier to access the fund, but also to make sure the transparency of everything. Lastly, for overall problem, the fragmentation, coordination, and transparency still is an issue in the global level. So in order to address this, I think UNFCCC and other global institutions need to improve coordination and transparency. They have RED Plus 5 Info Hub and Steering Committee on Finance. It should work well, it should work better, also with multi-stakeholder RED Plus partnership. Lastly, here is my conclusions. We see that more actors are involved, more standards are created, but those do not guarantee the increase in RED Plus finance. Developing countries are still struggling in this. And you can see bilateral and multilateral initiatives are still the primary source of RED Plus programs, and it's still falling short of meeting the targets in both volume and diversity. And therefore, we may need to create or engage more in blended finance. And countries face complexity in meeting the standards, tapping the funds, and transitioning to RBP, and there needs to be a clear rule. Overall fragmentation and lack of cohesive mechanism to govern the RED Plus landscape, meaning that actually UNFCCC should take the lead in governing the RED Plus finance landscape. That's all from me, thank you.
Thank you, Hasna, for very interesting presentations, for underlining that there are still a lot of challenges in implementing RED Plus in Indonesia, and also in global level, fragmentation, coordination, and also transparency is still issues in implementing this mechanism. So for now, we will move to our last presenter. This research will be presented by Mas Tommy. That will be focusing on reef-to-reef solutions in Southwest Papua. Yeah, Mas Tommy, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mas Dede. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to this session. Yeah, what makes me qualified to stand here? Because I am young at heart, and I was once young, so that makes me qualified to stand here. The title is quite complicated: Joint Governance and Sustainable Finance for Inclusive Reach-to-Reef Conservation in Southwest Papua. So this is the research we've done 2023 to 2024. So, but if I can summarize this in 4 words: integration to avoid silos. That's the only this research all about. So we've done this research with other 3 organizations. One is University Technology Sydney, and the other one is University of Queensland and BRIN, Badan Research and Innovation Nasional. So 4 of us working this research for 1.5 year, and we have a quite of results at the end, and actually quite something that we can bring up to the level of the governance in Southwest Papua. So the research focuses of 2 things. First is actually introducing and seeing the feasibility of a reach to reef approach in Southwest Papua, because it's many islands in Southwest Papua, and we see how reach to reef concepts is feasible to be implemented. And the second one is how this can be scaled up through joint up governance, and seeing how innovative financial strategies can be strategized for the benefit of communities, government, private sectors, and all stakeholders involved in the mechanism. So we know Southwest Papua. Who doesn't know Raja Ampat? Yeah? So this is a paradise in the east, which actually accessible only people with quite a good capital in terms of financial capital. Yeah? So we have a lot of natural resources there. We have a lot of abundant biodiversity, and also we have a lot of tourism sites there. So there are many resources there. However, there's also many rapid development, industry, mining, also settlements, tourism, that's also increasingly giving a threat to biodiversity and ecosystem there. And what happened that hampers also the situations that there is a lack of coordination. So that's happened because Southwest Papua is one of the newest province in Papua. It's actually one of the expanded province. So there are lack of coordinations between entities there. And also sustainable funding. There's no sustainable funding. We're talking about funding. There are funding. I think this morning we also heard about available funding for Papua, but there's nothing such as a really sustainable one. So there are many challenges, but we also see opportunities where we can create synergies among sectors, opportunities to create the synergies there. But the thing is, the effort needs to be done. And also approach needs to be introduced to make those scattered situations become one and become one holistic system. So moving a bit about what is reach to reef. So if you know, most of the conservation efforts always be done whether it's terrestrial or it's coastal. So what reach to reef want to do is actually to create a holistic conservation efforts from reach, which is the mountain area, terrestrial area, to the coastal area. So what happened, because what happened upstate is actually affecting what happened downstream. Upstream affecting downstream. That's very much what happened most of the time. So we see that this approach has been introduced a lot in Pacific Islands because it's islands. So this reach to reef is very much fit to situations where we have a lot of islands, situations where runoff coming from the upstream to downstream, where forest area, agriculture areas happens on the rich part, and the marine activities also going on the coastal side. So what we have to do is actually trying to bridge management of the upstream to management of the downstream. So the model introduced by many countries in Fiji, in Solomon Island, in the Philippines, many of the areas in the Pacific areas. So what we're trying to do with this research, 2 things. One, actually ensuring that the reach to reef concept is applicable in Southwest Papua. That's very much important. And the second one, how we see integrations of the governance mechanism. Because what we want is they work together as a whole, as a holistic system. So we try to blend these 2 things. The reach to reef is feasible enough to be implemented, and the integrated governance mechanism took place. So challenges and opportunities, I think we mentioned some actually. Governance structures not yet. There is no integrated land and sea planning and also it is getting worsened because the Southwest Papua is a new province, and also infrastructure and personnel is limited. So that's another one. Capacity is lacking as well, and involvement of community in managing conservation area is also not that much, especially in decision-making process. So we see also an opportunities that the province is open for any innovative development policies, because it's a new one, it's a new province, so we were right on an empty canvas. Actually, we start to plan things from the beginning. So tourism growth, that's another source of funding that can be tapped into. Continues to getting more and more tourists from domestic and also international. Local, national, international public-private partnership is possible, and at this we see potential monies coming from different sources. And community empowerment, there is one or two community efforts that has been done, and capacity building has been done. So we see that as an opportunity. So connectivity between terrestrial, coastal, and marine ecosystem, we see before the land-based activities. There is an urban expansion through housing and also waste management. Tourism also growth, as I mentioned. Upstream, downstream impacts, trade-offs from economics benefits, and sustainable practice conservation efforts. So government context, there is a vision for sustainable development already. So, and also through a local government policies, they have regulations on Perdasus emphasizing sustainability, indigenous rights, and communities' welfare. So they also have a huge number of MPA, marine conservation areas, that's also already in place. So on gender, I think the research found that largely there is marginalized groups of women and youth in conservation efforts, and also there are potential of increasing the role of this group, women and youth, in many kinds of conservation advances. So on rich-to-reef governance mechanism, there is a need to have the special autonomy of Papua need to have affirmative steps to utilize more the conservation of natural resources. And also there is an urgent to establish a joint-up coordinations and policy and governance mechanism among different governance institutions there. And also we, in a nutshell, I think there is a importance to establish a body. We call it a development collaboration agency as a umbrella institutions to wrap up, to glue all these institutions to work together, either tourism, environmental protections, commerce, other things, yeah. And then on recommendation on sustainable financing, we see that there is an important to integrate a blended finance approach to ensure that the funding for conservation is actually including public finance with support of the philanthropy funding, and also private sector funding, and also mechanism, introducing of mechanisms such as result-based payment. That's very much important to strengthen the finance and ensuring it's sustainable. So a general recommendations, I think it is important for us. We see that there is a possibility and it's feasible to integrate reach-to-reef into conservation policies in Southwest Papua. And also because it's new, I think it's very important to put it at the beginning when Southwest Papua is creating its governance form. And then this has to be followed by a good integrations of role of each institutions. So this is a governance mechanism is important to get to know who's doing what and at what responsibilities these conservation efforts, and how to make it sustainable and financially viable. And then I think that's, yeah. This is one, as part of that, what the recommendation that we have, reach to reef is feasible for Southwest Papua. and then it has potential to be integrated. A joint up governance need to be developed, and then local communities need to be strengthened in terms of their participations and the capacity to get involved in managing the conservation and resources in Southwest Papua. So I think this is also giving a good contributions to adapt to climate change and strengthening communities' participations in the through Reach to Reef, giving them a more resilient, adaptive capacity to climate change. I think I stop there. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mas Tommy, for really interesting presentations and underlining the importance of upstream and downstream management through Reach Reef approach. And interestingly, it can be applied in Southwest Papua, right, Mas Tommy? And also probably can also be applied in other cities in Indonesia. Okay, for now we will move into Q&A sessions. We will open the floor for the 3 questions first, and please mention your name and affiliations. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, please.
All right, good. Should I stand or just maybe just stand? Okay. Good afternoon, I guess. My name is Wira. I'm from the Climate Work Center, Monash University. Perhaps my question to Mas Tommy here. It was very interesting presentations how you use reach to reef approach and your analysis. I was just wondering, and connect to the panel session earlier, the keynote session earlier, where it was mentioned that actually spatial zone analysis has been used for Papua, particularly in analysis of the new provinces there. And also here your research also focuses on the Southwest Papua itself. So apart from your presentations about the conservation, I was just wondering, because the recent issues, for example, in the land use planning in terms of such as mining, which also affects the reach to reef, I guess, very much affecting the downstream sectors, particularly those in the coastal areas, about the communities. How do you think these tools or this analysis could also be implemented in the better planning for the mining sectors, and also perhaps the other land, the other use apart from the conservations? And my second question is perhaps regarding the financing. Recently, I mean, there has been a growing interest of blue carbon, and because Indonesia in its second NDC also just introduced the ocean-based platform and also financing. I was just wondering whether there has been any approach for that in terms of integrating blue financing for to support the activity in Southeast Papua. Thank you.
Okay, the second one.
All right, thank you. My name is Rio. I'm from Wageningen University. I have 2 questions. The first one is for Hasna. So I would like, my question is not related with your findings actually, but I'm more interested into your methods. Could you clarify, do you also do some interviews or field works? Because if I'm not mistaken, in your presentation you said you only did the data analysis and also compare it with the documents. But in your results, you also discuss your experience when you visit some REDD+ regions. Could you clarify that? And my second question is for Mas Tommy. I have to admit that I didn't really get what is the relation between the R2R implementation with the sustainable financing. Could you please kindly clarify it to me. Thank you.
Thank you. And the third one.
Okay, thank you. My name is Aloy. I'm from IPB University, and I'm also NGO local from Palangkaraya. So, for Iksan and Rati, thank you very much to doing research in my hometown. Actually, I just want to invite you actually for collaborate, because the best research is, I think, is when we can translate to become the policy or maybe the program. Because I will running the project in Pulang Pisau next year, and about the PLG, near the PLG, pengembangan lahan gambut. So the problem is about the canal block. So hopefully, maybe we can collaborate to maybe write the donor, maybe or something. And the second for Mbak Hasna, thank you so much for your presentation. I one of the implementator in FJPA project, Mbak. So I see the in grassroots the problem, because I think people will change well when they see the money, right? Actually, in the grassroots, many people they confuse and they shock a little bit, because how to make a report to the government and how to write the, because in FJP project we must make a report in the website, and too much potential to corrupt actually, and some I think we must change the menyalurkan funding based on the Lemtara, because I think it's more effective if we can transfer the dana based on the APBDes. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your questions. So for the first one, Mas Tommy, there are two questions from Wira. The first one about how do you think about this approach can be applied in mining sector and other sectors? And also the second one about the blue financings.
Okay, thank you so much, Mas Wira, for the questions. I think when we conduct the research, we also integrate all the sectors that can create, potentially can create impact to the system on the reach, from the reach to reef, yeah, such as forestry sectors, agriculture, tourism, settlement, mining as well. So because mining is very much important, and it happened in Raja Ampat. So as we see, we integrate this, and we see there is what do you call it, a negative impact from the mining sectors on the arrangement of this reach to reef. And however, sadly, there is no integration between what's going on at the mining sector with what the impact of the coastal in that has been discussed in the system. In the system, we've done some interview, but the research team done some interview with the sectors, and they said that there is no assessment of the impact. There is also unclear arrangement of who's actually in charge on ensuring the impact from different sectors in the coastal. So that's another one. One of the notes from the research, that there is silos. Silos is greatly silos, yeah, between sectors, yeah. Not only between the coastal and terrestrial, but also between the coastal itself. Yeah. So we spoke with tourism service, Dinas Pariwisata, Dinas Pariwisata, and also we talk with Blood, where actually they don't really talk much, and there are some grudges and unmatched situations in this case. So I think that's one thing. So I think we integrate already the mining sector, and we see the negative relationship among all the systems. Integrating blue finance, I think we don't include in the, not yet, but I think there's potential of including in the sustainable finance. And also this actually same, I will respond to the same similar questions. The blue finance, and one of the mechanism we foresee that as a potential for ensuring finance for conservations in this reach to this mechanism. So why we talk about sustainable finance when we talk about reach to reef? Because conservation efforts only happen when there is a funding for conservation itself. So without funding, I think there will be a lack of continuity and lack of efforts to be done by many parties. Yeah. And therefore, I think there's important to have a synergy between sectors in ensuring that the funding is available from time to time to conduct a conservation effort, but at the same time, not only conservation, but also improving the livelihood of communities. So most of the work that WRI is doing on the ground is actually to ensure two things. Conservation happens, and at the same time also communities receiving benefits from the resources in sustainable manner. So that's one of that's the thing that we do. So in ensuring conservation through reach to reef happen from time to time, we also think about potential funding and financing to make things moving from time to time and beneficial for the one who's actually involved in the conservation efforts. So communities, they receive benefits from livelihoods, resources on the ground, but at the same time also tourism providers, they also get profit in a sustainable way from utilizing natural resources. So everything has to be, we know that without money it's impossible to get things done. Yeah. So we have to ensure that the funding is there, but the conservation efforts has to be include everything, all the efforts that we've done. I hope I respond to the questions correctly.
Does it answer your question, Vira, or do you want to clarify something? Okay. Thank you so much, Tommy. So the second one, there is also questions from Rio, from Wageningen, to Hasna. He wanted to clarify about the methodology, Hasna.
Yeah, thank you, Mas. Thank you, Mas Rio, for the question. We studied in the same university, but like related to methodology, actually, prior to studying in Wageningen, I also worked with the grassroots NGO in Central Kalimantan for like almost 2 years. Then I also now work in the, not grassroots, more towards government organizations, but also work with the community. And for me, it is easier to cite papers, but it comes from my experience, also my interview with some stakeholders that it's working, such as C4, YEKAN, Yayasan Konservasi Alam Nasional, and etc. But I am asking for their publications. So we have conversation background, like interviews. I ask to a lot of people. I also witnessed that in the field myself, the challenges that exist. But what I wrote in the report, in the methodology, is I cited their paperwork. So that's how I did the research. Also the second question.
The second question.
This is okay.
The second question for Mas Tommy. Yeah. Yeah, about the relation between.
Yang lem tara itu tadi.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Okay. So Rio, does it answer your questions, or do you want to clarify? Okay.
Iya, lem tara yang BPDL.
Oh.
Tadi ada question.
Yeah, I want to clarify. There was a question about Lemtara, right?
Okay. Yeah. I want to answer Mas Aloy question, asking about Lemtara and the reality working with the community. Well, I actually agree with what you're saying, and I have witnessed that myself, like the corruption and etc. that is exist. Indeed, I feel like Indonesia Environment Fund need to enhance transparency and donor sharing, and yeah, we can also give that suggestions. But from our lesson learned, let's say, I think drawing from other RBP experience, for example, Lemtara was streamlined through from GCF donors, right? But for example, we have FCPF in East Kalimantan, and they rewind the benefit sharing multiple times. From the first one, it was not really for the community, but the last one just published last month, it most of the share is for the community, and they need to be informed since the beginning so they know how much money can go to them. Also, another problem I found in the field currently I'm working with a mangrove blue carbon project in North Kalimantan, and some communities were protesting because they notice other village get so much more money than what they get. And that is the reality. And to avoid that, in our current project, like the Blue Carbon Project in North Kalimantan, we create Pokja since the beginning, and we include all the communities, either it's like a social forestry or just the villagers, also the pond owners, to our Pokja. So in that Pokja, we also made a group WhatsApp. Since the beginning, we try to tell them, so this is the mechanism, this is what you want to you will get. And to avoid the conflict related to the money, we give them programs. So the money is not like per se we give them funds, but more towards, if you have the program, propose to us, this is the proportion for you, and you will get money from that program. So that's what we are doing, and we are trying to improving as well. There are still so much to correct from this REDD+ landscape. Thank you.
Okay, yeah. Actually, there is also not the questions, but inviting for collaborations for Isan and also Rati from Aloy. So probably after this session, you can also reach out to the presenters. And actually also there are some participants that wanted to ask questions, but unfortunately the committee just, informed me that the time is out. So I think it is the end of the sessions. Again, thank you so much for all the presenters, for all the sharings, and also the interesting research findings. Okay, and also thank to all the participants for attending these sessions. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you all, presenters and moderators. Please stay at the front, maybe at the front of the table. Boleh. Okay, please, group photo, 1, 2, 3. And 1, 2, 3. And then a very quick photo with the audience. So please sit at the first row of the seat. No worries. Maybe please, boleh? Okay, maybe cheese for everyone who wanted to be in the photo. Give your very biggest smile. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay, waving ya, waving. Boleh? 3, 2, 1. Okay, hello everyone. Thank you so much for coming. Yay! Thank you so much. And now we're moving on to the panel 12. We'll be having another discussion about land, water, and management. And now we are adding something after we discuss about the land-based emission dynamics and governance. We will be talking about sustainable land and water management, technology, and governance. And this panel will be moderated by our Forest Monitoring Senior Program Lead of WRI Indonesia, Mbak Benita Natania. Time and place is yours. Thank you, Mbak. Applause, please.
Okay, good afternoon, distinguished guests, fellow researchers, and all of the participants joining us both online and also here in the room. Welcome to the panel session, the 12th panel session in this day, with the title of Sustainable Land and Water Management, Technology and Governance. So I think we are very much behind of time, and I imagine some of you might be getting hungry, but please bear with us a bit more because this session is going to be a very exciting one. And the snacks is behind, so feel free also to have some and as we continue this session. So my name is Benita Natania, and I am a senior program lead for forest monitoring in WRI Indonesia. And I have the pleasure of moderating this session today. And today we will discuss innovative strategies for sustainable land and water management that balance ecological health, human well-being, and economic development. We will explore how technology, data governance, and also integrated practices can enhance decision-making and resource efficiency. So, ladies and gentlemen, there is one well-known saying in business and management field. I hope you have heard these words before, but if you haven't, I would like to quote, if you cannot measure it, then you cannot manage it. And if I may extend that idea for this discussion, I would like to say that if we cannot manage something, then we will lose it someday. And when we talk about land and water, this statement becomes very relevant, especially for Indonesia, because our forests, our peatland, our watersheds, rivers, oceans, and also coastal carry immense value, but they are also under growing pressure from climate change, land use change, disasters, and also development demands. So to protect these resources and ensure they are remaining productive and resilient, we must be able to measure, understand, and also govern them well. And today's panel showcases exactly that spirit. And to begin, I would like to invite our speakers to come forward. Daniel Adrian from Carbon Ethics. He will talk about enhancing land cover classifications, accuracy in tropical Indonesian regions using multi-sensor satellite data, and advanced machine learning techniques. The second one will be Atikah Arya Putri from Arup, Indonesia. She will talk about from sinking to resilient, integrating blue-green infrastructure and policy brief for sustainable land and water management in North Jakarta. The third one will be Juma Maulana from Pantau Gambut. He will talk about the Sentinel-2 protocol, enhancing cloud-based machine learning for accurate and small-scale fire mapping, case Peatland Fires Indonesia 2023. And the last but not least is Birbik Faza Muhammad from IPB University. He will talk about potential of wild fungi microremediation as a foundational nature-based solution for restoration and ecosystem resilience. So each speaker will have 10 minutes for their presentation, followed by question and answer, but we will only give one question for this session because we are having very limited time. So let us begin with our first presenter, Daniel. The floor is yours.
Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. My name is Daniel, and I'm from Carbonetics. So basically, right now, I want to present our research on enhancing land cover classification accuracy using multi-satellite data and also advanced machine learning techniques. So this presentation will be divided into 3 parts. The first one is introduction. The second one is our methodology. And the third one is our result and our future development. So in Carbonetics, we are natural climate solution. And our key product is Carbon Project. So Carbon Project is very risky project. Once failed, and it was a waste of money. So we need to make sure that we can find high quality carbon project. And the question is how? So to find high quality carbon project, we need to have strong pre-feasibility study that incorporate land cover classification with high accuracy. Right now, we have global data set such as S3, ESA, and another land cover classification data set. However, they are lacked with temporal data to build the baseline. Secondly, there is an ecosystem challenge because there are a global data set that calibrate with global data. However, in tropical, it's very heterogeneous. So it's become a challenge. And the third one, when they stated that the accuracy of the global data set is 85%, it will be less than the 85% in tropical landscape. So this is the critical foundation. Because if we miss 10 to 15% in land cover classification, then we will get 30% bias in carbon estimation. That's why we created a robust AI model that incorporate Sentinel-1 and Sentinel-2 TOA data that can cover data set from 2016 until present. The second one is our AI model is calibrated to tropical region. And the third one is we need to have high accuracy data set. So for the training, we use 80-20 train-fall ratio, and we sample 291 locations across Indonesia. We use Sentinel-1 and Sentinel-2 TOA data, and then we improve the accuracy of the AI model using rules and temporal analysis. It enables us to find active cropland, such as. And then we use, for assessment, we use mean absolute error for training, F1 score, and also forest versus non-forest evaluation, using 2,000 data points randomly. So for the results show that the validation loss is decreased significantly, and it means that the model successfully trained to recognize the pattern of the data set. And then the confusion matrix showed that the model can separately classify all the class that we teach. So our recall. So for our recall and our precision accuracy is reached 98% in here. And the overall training accuracy is 98%. And we also test with random sampling throughout 2,000 random sampling across Indonesia. And we get 96% in detect forest accuracy, and we get 93% in detecting non-forest. And overall accuracy for forest, non-forest is 94%. So this is the result that we get from the AI model. In here, we can see that all the data set and also the class in our AI model. And then we improve the accuracy through rule-based, and then we can get, like, for example, active agriculture, shrubs, forests, and so on. And this is also the example. We can get built, classified here. So, and then after rule base, we can see that we can detect active cropland in the land cover. We can also here see the difference between after rule base and the AI result. So comparing to other data set such as ESA, Impact Observatory, and ESRI, we find differences, such as for ESA, we can see that they can detect the mangrove, but for the plantation, they get tree cover only. And for the Impact Observatory, they classify mangrove as the dense trees, but they can classify the active cropland here, and also with the same with ESRI. But with our AI model, we can detect the plantation, we can detect the mangrove, and also we can detect the low vegetation and agriculture. So with strong performance AI model, we implement our AI model to our automated pre-feasibility study. So this automated pre-feasibility study enable us to speed up the process from weeks into minutes. So we compare our pre-feasibility studies using our land cover data set into a real project in Vera. So what we get is relatively small differences in carbon estimation with the real project. So between 4 until 13% differences. So it means that we are confident enough that our pre-feasibility studies can get high quality carbon project. So what next? So in the future, we will improve our model and also our rule-based scenario. And the second one, we are planning to submit our research into Scopus Q1 journal. And the third one is we are planning to expand our model into ASEAN region. So we believe that through land cover classification with high accuracy, high performance AI model, we can get high quality carbon project to restore our nature for our generation, for today and our future generation. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel. So I would like to highlight two important points that I get from your presentation. The first one, I saw that the AI model can create automated processes, and this is very, very helpful because we can reduce time for pre-feasibility study. And I think, yeah, now technology and with the a lot of data sets that can be obtained nowadays, we need to improve our processing with AI also. And the second one is, it is very important to improve regional and local data, as we speak about a lot of global data, and it is sometimes is not really relevant for regional and local data. And for instance, the land cover itself, so we can reduce the bias and also ultimately economic loss for carbon projects. Let's continue to our second speaker, Miss Atikah Arya Putri from Arup Indonesia. The time is yours.
Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. My name is Atika, and together with my partner, Siti Fatima Zara, we are excited to share our research about from sinking to resilient, integrating BGI and policy brief for sustainable land and water management in North Jakarta. So let's start with the big picture. We all know that Jakarta faced many challenges from flooding, land subsidence, rapid urbanization, and social vulnerability. But these challenges are even more acute in North Jakarta because that's where the impacts are felt most. Let's deep dive into the Jakarta's issues. So we know that in 2020, Jakarta was hit by the extreme rainfalls with 377 millimeter per day, which was triple than the maximum drainage capacity that Jakarta has. And it leads to the severe flooding, and North Jakarta took the biggest hit with 27% of the total flooded area. And we know that floods comes with so many impacts, especially when we saw what happened in Sumatra. But then for Jakarta, why does this keeps happening? One of the reasons is because Jakarta is experiencing land subsidence at a rate of 1 to 15 centimeter per year, and in some areas it can even be up to 25 centimeter per year. It's not only caused flooding, but also caused Jakarta to sinking. It is famous that North Jakarta is projected to sink even more to over 5 meters by 2050. And one of the main causes is the excessive groundwater extraction, where most people in North Jakarta rely on for the groundwater supply. And at the same time, the city keeps growing. The population in Jakarta itself grew by almost 5% in 2024 compared to 2015. And the social picture matters. Among those numbers, 26% of Jakarta's population living below the poverty line is in North Jakarta, and around 34% of the slum settlement areas are concentrated in the north, especially in Cilincing and then followed by Pademangan and Penjaringan. This shows that the poverty and poor living conditions are concentrated in the north and adding to the city's vulnerability. And now the Jakarta's challenge. The city's physical environment is changing really fast. By 2024, around 93% of Jakarta's surface was dominated by built area. And for North Jakarta, it was about 84%. It means there is only few natural ground left to absorb the rainwater. So when it rains, the water runs off the impervious surface, it overwhelms the drainage, and the flood follows. And the challenge doesn't even stop there. Due to the high slum concentration areas and also the land subsidence issues, North Jakarta really demand for the reliable pipe water. But the data shows that North Jakarta is still underserved by the reliable pipe water. Therefore, many people still rely on the groundwater supply. And the rainfall pattern even changing. Although we saw that the projections slightly downward, but the previous study shows that the extreme events are becoming even more frequent and intense. And by 40% of Jakarta is now below the sea level, the rising seas are a growing threat, especially along the northern coast where the sea can reach up to 3.6 meters above the ground. Then what the city is doing about it? The headline solution was the NCICD giant seawall. This massive physical barrier that protects Jakarta from floods and also the rising seas. This huge grey infrastructure has been built around 8.2 kilometers by 2023, and the target is to have it by 500 to 946 kilometers. And on the policy side, Indonesia have 9 national regulatory framework covering the water resources, groundwater, water resources management, acceleration of drinking water provision, urban drainage system, groundwater management, national urban planning processes, Indonesia's enhanced NDC, and also the National Disaster Management Framework. On the other hand, Jakarta also have 6 regional regulations covering the groundwater-free zones, climate resilience, regional long-term development plan, regional financing management, RDTR Jakarta, and regional disaster management plan. But here's the catch. Both a policy and the giant seawall have their own limitations, including lack of coordination between governmental bodies and agencies, despite having the giant seawall, the flood risk also keeps increasing within the development of the city. And also, the nature-based solution is still underutilized in Jakarta. Then it brings us to these gaps. Regulations are fragmented and do not always match up with the area sinking fastest. The pipe water coverage is still low. The nature-based solution is underutilized. The giant seawall doesn't even address the root cause of floods and other stormwater issues in North Jakarta. The vulnerable communities have limited resource to adapt, and also gaps in data and monitoring. And these are the comparison between the green water free zones, land subsidence, slum settlement area, and the flood hazard. And we can see the area for groundwater free zone doesn't really match with the issue that Jakarta has. And these are the methods that we use for this research. And with those limitations, it is essential for us to identify what are the solutions that can be implemented for the alternative from the BGI perspective. And the first one is the bioswale, a vegetated, gentle sloping channel engineered to intercept, slow, and filter stormwater runoff, remove pollutants through filtration and infiltration. It is designed to infiltrate the stormwater within the 24 hours, and also it comes with so many advantages. Bioswale is suitable to be implemented along the roadways in residential, commercial, and buildings, and industry sites, and also along the highway and road. Bioswale itself already implemented in Central, West, and South Jakarta, but not in North Jakarta. However, it is feasible to implement it in North Jakarta, but it requires adaptation due to the soil composition and high water table. But again, everything has two sides of coins. It also comes up with the limitations that needs to be addressed to efficiently and effectively implement this solution for North Jakarta. The second one is the permeable pavement, which is an engineered surface that allows surface runoff to infiltrate into the ground, temporarily store it, improve the groundwater recharge, and manage and reduce the stormwater runoff. This also comes with so many advantages, and one of them is to have the infiltration rate about 4,000 centimeter per hour if it's newly installed, and 250 centimeter per hour in the long term. But this infiltration rate depends on the materials type. And it can be implemented in the light traffic areas such as residential side driveways, bike lanes, parking lots, parks, and etc. But it hasn't been implemented yet in Indonesia. It's still at the modeling level. And these are the limitations that permeable pavement have. And the last one is the rainwater harvesting, a sustainable system that captures, stores, and reuses the rainwater. One of the advantages that I want to highlight is it can be used for non-potable uses, but it can also be used for the potable uses if we do some proper treatment such as disinfectant. So it can give us additional water supply instead of keep using the groundwater resource. And it is commonly used to capture the runoff from the rooftop from the residential and commercial buildings. And this is the limitation. All these limitations need to be addressed so it can be implemented in North Jakarta with limited issues. And so to make it work, we need a diverse funding that can come from the public, private, international, and community-based. Here, Indonesia can tap in these two local and public financing. The first one is Indonesia Environmental Fund, and the second one is APBD or APBN Climate Budget Tagging. On the other hand, Indonesia can also tap into international climate financing, which is GCF, blended finance approach, payment for ecosystem services, and community-based adaptation funds that can be accessed for microgrants. And there are already 7 key regulations that provide partial support for BGI implementations. However, these regulations still have many limitations, and therefore Jakarta need to update their policy, such as such as embed these solutions into Jakarta city planning, to make the BGI standard mandatory, and to link the groundwater rules with the pipe water expansion. And we also need to participate the stakeholders to make it works. And to, so to make it happen, to conclude my presentation, these are the roadmap that me and Siti and Zahra developed. The first one is to create the foundation for the first 2 years. The second one is to scale up in the integration that lasts for 3 to 7 years. And the last one is to institutionalize. So yeah, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Atika. It's a very interesting research. So if I may summarize the presentation, I think we all agree that we have a lot of regulations here in Indonesia, but we also found a lot of blind spots or gaps. And sometimes we feel like it is too much regulations around, but we might want to start thinking about less is more. So we need to find the right regulations, especially for this case, the blue-green infrastructure. I think it is one of the solution for the more resilient urban area in the futures. But it needs to be implemented. It needs to be supported by the right regulation as well as accessible funding, and also collaboration. Let's move on to our next presenter, Juma Maulana from Pantau Gambut. Please, the time is yours.
Okay, hello everyone. My name is Juma Maulana. I'm research analyst from Pantau Gambut. Pantau Gambut is the one NGO in Indonesia focused about the research, advocacy, and campaign about the wetland. And we have a part in the 9 provinces with the distribution large of the wetland in Sumatra, Kalimantan, and Papua. So today I want to present about my research. The title is the Sentinel-2 Protocol, Enhancing Cloud-Based Machine Learning for Accurate and Small-Scale Fires Mapping, CAS, Wetland Fires in Indonesia in 2023. So I will start with the background, why I'm very interested about to make the new protocol for the mapping forest fires in the wetland. So the first reason is the difficult of assessing forest fires data in Indonesia. Yeah. With, as we know, the government always hide information about the distribution forest fires in Indonesia. She only have the one from the name Isipongi, Kemenhut. Sipongi always show about the hotspot. Hotspot fires is indicative about the fires, not burn scar. And if you know, and if you public know about the forest fires mapping, see wait until next year's, like in the maybe like example in the 2023, and you and government can show in the SIGAP from KLAK in the 2024, and it's very late to government show about the distribution of forest fire in Indonesia. And the new technology like the Google Earth engine it's very good for me as a GIS and remote sensing analyst to create about the information on the surface with the satellite imagery. And if you're using Google Earth engine, you not have a good specification of the computer or your laptop. You not have the large memory, only have the good in internet, fast internet, and basic JavaScript to create about the information of the satellite imagery. Like if you tadi mas sebelumnya itu make a land cover, me analysis about the forest fires, and maybe if you using the Google engine, you can create anything analysis. And combined with the AI and machine learning, machine learning of the learning or anything, I think is a good. It's a new method, very meaningful to use. And I think if the combine with the platform of Google engine and machine learning, it can good for your analysis. And so objective, my research is create a past and persistent forest mapping flow using the Sentinel-2 and machine learning for available forest fires mapping in Indonesia. And why I chose the Sentinel-2 satellite imagery, because if it looks the comparison of Sentinel-2, Landsat, and Medisburn. Sentinel-2 is very excellent because she have the good spatial resolution and temporal resolution and image collection for in the 1 month. She have 4 and 5 image. Then Landsat only 2 and 3 image. Corporate is global. Band data, okay, Sentinel not have the thermal data, but she more have a bands. And the launch Sentinel in 2015, and you maybe if you using Sentinel, you can not create about the time series data, but if you using the Landsat, you can analysis about the time series data. But I think the Sentinel-2 for the precision analysis, she have the good spatial resolution with the 10 and 12 meters. And this is a methodology I'm create to follow the new protocol using the Sentinel-2. I have a limited, 6 limited to my research. The first process, I'm using the Google engine, only using one set data, the Sentinel-2, multispectral, and this studio only looks changed image before and after fires without conducting additional parameter analysis. And for analysis, I'm using composite image and image detection machine learning. I'm using random forest method. And this research not have validated in the field. And the last limit or area on peatland ecosystem hydrological units. So I built the methodology. The first is, collects of the data. I'm using the Sentinel-2, and after that we are processing with the clear image before and after fires and correction about the radiometric and geometric, and after that we next analysis to composite of the band with use the near and shear band. And we add other index like NDVI, FE, and SAPI, and after that we make a training in the block in the regional Sumatra, Kalimantan, and Papua, and we have 2 class of the classification of the burn and unburn, and we trainings using the random forest machine learning, and after that we have the burn scars. We validate with the hotspot using the first and the modis data, and after that we count a total and distribution of the forest fires in peatland. So this is an image. If you look, I have 3 images in May, June, and July. In May, the image is clear because it's not undisturbed, and the June and you look. Have changed the green to the brown, and because June is still a fire was happening, and in July the fire was finished, and we detect using random forest. It's random forest can recognize of the mapping of the burn scar for small scales area like this. And how much the forest fires in the 2023. And the peatland, I find more half millions more hectare was burned. The concentrate in the Central Kalimantan, South Sumatra, Riau, and the West Kalimantan. And I will show is available of the peatland fires in the 2023. any organization, local and international, me and the Pantau Gambut, Greenpeace, on NOAA, Modis Burns, and the government of KLHK, we find, we and the Greenpeace maybe find the similar numbers. 500,000 burn scar was, 500,000 forest fires on peatlands. But if you comparison with the NOAA Modis burn, it's a different data because Pantau Gambut and Greenpeace using the Sentinel or Landsat to create the forest fire, but the Modis have the large of the scale spatial resolutions. And it's my question why the KLHK only find 182,000. It's very different with me and Greenpeace, and it's I don't know why the government in 2023 say like this. And if you look, I create the burn scars using the Sentinel-2 and Landsat 8 with the same methodology using the random forest machine learnings. And if you look, the Sentinel-2 can detect and recognize of burn scar more detail, and I find 19.1 hectare of burn scar, and then Landsat only 17.1 hectare. And the summary is Sentinel-2 with the combination with machine learning algorithm like random forest make the decision of data mapping. Okay, it's my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Juma. It's very great research, and what caught my attention is the same issue about data transparency and temporal resolutions. And meanwhile, we are having satellite data now accessible publicly with frequent time of data availability, but we're still getting data sometimes too much delayed. But with the help of machine learning, AI, and all other tools right now, we are hoping to improve the data accuracy as well as processing time. And I really expected to explore your burn scar mapping later if available in Pantau Gambut website. So we'll go to our last speaker, Birbik Faza Muhammad from IPB University. Please, the time is yours.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Okay, hello, my friends, my dear friend, fellow young environmental scientists. Today, I will present my research in supporting the innovation in nature-based solutions, entitled Potential of Wild Fungi Mycoremediation as a Foundational Nature-Based Solution for Soil Restoration and Ecosystem Resilience. Okay, let me briefly introduce myself. My name is Birbik Faza Muhammad from IPB University, and I have research interest in mycology, fungal remediation, and also its application in environmental restoration. Okay, before I proceed to the research result, I would like to briefly overview the concept of mycoremediation. So, mycoremediation is actually derived from the broader concept of bioremediation, which is the process of removing pollutants from the environment using biological agents. And in mycoremediation, the process is carried out using fungi or mushroom. So here are some fungal specimens that I have documented from the IPB campus environment that suspected have remediation activity towards heavy metal pollutants. So the background is the environmental pollution caused by heavy metals has increased due to the growth of the mining industries and also the domestic the mining industries and also the domestic industries. So Indonesia is one of the world's major producing metal countries, as we know, and high level of this production, of course, affect to the ecosystem through the soil degradation, biodiversity loss, and also long-term risks to the food and water security. Heavy metals actually cannot be degraded easily, and also it's easily to accumulate in environment, especially through water pathways. So we need an effective treatment to address this heavy metal impact to our environment. So we need a solution that answers this problem, but also provides an ecosystem long-term protection aligned with the principle of nature-based solution, which is in my research, that is myco-remediation. So the research study, the study aims to explore the ability of wild fungi from the IPB campus environment to remediate heavy metals and measure their tolerance and accumulation levels through colony diameters, measurements, morphological observation, and also using atomic absorption spectrophotometer tests. So the research was conducted from November 2024 till May 2025 at the IPB campus environment and also laboratories. So to conduct this research, I designed 3 major methodological steps. The first is sample collection and fruit body isolation. The second is microscopic and microscopic morphological identification. And the third is the analysis of heavy metal microremediation activities. So for sample collection, I followed Odell et al. Using opportunistic sampling. So this is the technique which using the presence and availability of the specimens or the mushroom in the field. So after the fruit bodies of the mushroom is collected, then I store it in the plastic containers. After that, the collected fruit bodies also isolated in the laboratory by taking the inner part of the hypho tissue, and then followed by incubation and of course storage. So for the second, the macroscopic and microscopic identification were conducted by examining the macro and microscopic characteristic of the mushroom, such as the fruit body shape, and then the cape shape of the mushroom, and then the hymenophore, it's the lower side of the mushroom, and then the stalk, and also the basidia and the spores, or it's the microscopic reproductive structure. And the third, for the analysis of heavy metal microremediation, was conducted in 2 stages. The first is in solid medium using potato dextrose agar medium, and then the second in liquid medium using potato dextrose broth medium. These both medium are common in isolating wild mushroom in the laboratory scale. So after the mushroom is isolated in the medium, that also and also using heavy metals in the medium. After that, after the 7 days in the solid medium, the colony diameters was measured and also examining the characteristic. In the liquid medium, after 14 days, the biomass also harvested and also dried. After that, analyzed using heavy metal, analyzing the heavy metal concentration measurement using AAS, or atomic absorption spectrophotometer. Okay, so from the research, I collect 20 mushroom samples from the IPB campus environment. 9 of them were successfully isolated and purified, and they have various time of growth from 7 days until 14 days. Okay, so this is the macroscopic and microscopic identification. We just discussed the overview of this section. So the first mushroom that I used to remediation test is the Pycnoporus sp. So Pycnoporus sp is a mushroom that grows in group, but with individual space apart. So the mushroom has the single layer, but with distinguishable the cape and also the stalk there. So the cape size reached till 5.5 centimeters, and the color is brown to orange. Okay. So the next is Phaphallus sp. The mushroom grows very close together on the wood. The fruit body consists of the cap and then the stalk, also the pores under the cap. So microscopic features, as we see, there is the hypha here and the reproductive structure of the mushroom. Okay, and then the third is Lanthanus sp. The mushroom grows with fruit body attached to one another. So the fruit body has a cylindrical stalk, and then the depressed cape over there, and also has the lamella. So here also we see the microscopic structure such as the hypha and then the spores and basidia, and over there the lowest picture of that is the result of colony isolation on the PDA medium. Okay, so after 7 days of incubation, the diameter colonies was measured to consider which isolate is more tolerant to the heavy metals. So from the table we can see that the contour colonies or zero concentration at the medium grew larger than the treated colonies, except for Lanthanus sp isolate 4, the lowest one here, that has the largest colony diameter at chopper concentration at 25 ppm. So this is the result about the fungal growth on the PDA medium. The test, as I stated before, is a test for 3 metals, that is lead, cadmium, and copper at concentration of 0, 25, and 50 ppm or milligram per liter. So from the result, we can see that fungi generally grew better at lead and copper, especially at 25 ppm in the middle. But the cadmium, as we see in the middle, and in the middle part here at the B, clear growth inhibition at 50 ppm or 50 milligram per liter, showing that cadmium is more toxic than the other metals. Okay, then the fungi also test for metal accumulation in PDB medium or in solid medium using AAS. The highest metal uptake occurred at lead or at PB here, while the Pfaffolus sp, the isolate in the middle, showing the highest lead absorption rate at 4464 milligram per kilogram. Okay, from the result that I have mentioned before, we can discuss several things. The first, we get the isolates that has potential activity of remediation. Lanthanus in the solid medium has the largest colony at lead and copper, while Pfaffolus sp was most tolerant to cadmium. These findings highlight the potential of Lanthanus as a strong remediator, consistent with literature showing its broad remediation range. And Pfaffolus sp showed the highest metal uptake for all the other metals, making it the most effective overall metal absorbing isolate. So actually to apply this remediation is still need a long way pathways of research and development, but maybe for give a big picture to integrate this microremediation research with the NBS IUCN global standard, I create a simple framework. The first, of course, the technology must address social challenges. And then the second, since fungi are close to the community environment, while I found it around my campus environment, so it will have by designing the scale at the community, so it will enabling knowledge sharing about the mushroom and then the application and also community involvement. The third, bioremediation is adapt from fungal natural role in degrading substrates in soil. So while the soil restores, it will bring back the ecosystem balance. And then the fourth point, bioremediation is cost efficient with economic potential. The fifth, to adapt this technology, it's really need balanced stakeholder involvement, especially from scientists. The sixth, the technique also must consider cost-benefit mapping. The seventh, collaborating this method with other conventional method of remediation will ensure adaptive project management. And the eighth, the biggest goal of microremediation initiative research on my own is actually to create sustainable long-term outcomes. So by enhancing ecosystem functions and So by enhancing ecosystem functions and land security, microremediation can complement broader NBS initiative to achieve environmental recovery and resilience under changing climate conditions. So in conclusion, these are numbers of the samples I have successfully isolated from the IPB campus environment, and 9 of them have successfully isolated. The 3 of them, that is Pycnoporus sp, Favulus sp, Lentinus sp, has the potential to remediate heavy metals, lead, cadmium, and copper. So for the future, microremediation research can complement broader technique based on nature research that I hope this will be my next focus on advancing this technology. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the presentation. So it really amazed me how nature actually has the answer for our environmental issue if we are willing to look closer. And fungi are, it is common for us, and it is very potential actually as one of the NBS framework, as it offers eco-friendly, cost-effective, and also positive effect for vegetation growth, as well as for rehabilitation. I think now we can come to the question and answer part. So we will open the floor for one question. Okay. Well, there's a lot of hands here. Maybe we'll have time later if you're very interested in the presentation, and you can talk while having a lunch. The lady here is the first one to raise her hand, so can you please give the mic to her?
Okay, thank you very much for the opportunity. So first of all, I'm Tiara. I'm a coastal engineer from Witabanan Bos. I would like to ask question first to Mbak Atika. I found that the presentation is very interesting because yesterday I did presentation about the coastal defense, but now she made another perspective from the upstream part or the land part. So you presented about the bioswales and also other retention strategies, especially for urban areas. So one of the problem in North Jakarta is land subsidence. Can we use those type of NBS to reduce land subsidence? Because that actually also affects the coastal defense as well. So maybe if both can work together to press down the land subsidence, it would be great. And then the second question is, I found that in the pacing, so there are like 3 paces, the first, second, and third, and then the institutionalization comes later at the 3rd stage. So why don't we put it on the 1st stage? Because I think it would be nicer if in the beginning we introduce everyone, or we try to engage everyone, not only from local communities, but also from the government and NGOs from the beginning, so that from the start they already know what our projects are, and then they will support us along the process, not like involving them later in the process. And the last question for Mas yang dari IPB, maaf Mas, saya lupa namanya. It is actually very interesting because so far I only exposed nature-based solution for flood protection, but now we introduce a nature-based solution to what is it, like to remove like heavy metals. So you say that we can collect the fungi, I'm not sure how, fungi from the surrounding environment, like what you did is from IPB, but can we use all of the fungi species to do this kind of things? Because you mentioned that we should involve local communities and then try to collect the local species. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you for the question. I will go first to Atika to answer the first and the second question, please.
Okay, thank you, Mbak Tiara, for the questions. For the first questions, I believe it indeed can work together, both coastal defense and also the BGI, especially on the upstream solutions, because especially the permeable pavement and bioswales, and also the rainwater harvesting, 3 of them can help with recharging the groundwater, so the aquifer can be replenished, and from our perspective, because the issues that we raise is the land subsidence, and the land subsidence is caused by the excessive groundwater extraction. So the question mark is how to recharge those groundwater. That's why these three are the solutions that we think might be suitable for these issues. These are not the skyrocket science or the advanced technologies, but this definitely can help to improve the groundwater quantity. So the land subsidence can be maybe not fully stopped, but at least we can hold the land subsidence for a few years. And for the second question, why the institutionalized is the third phase, is because for institutionalized, what we mean by it is on the broader aspect. The first phase is the foundation, and we believe the foundation is the most important things if we do the roadmap, because one of the aspect is by strengthening the regulations. If we strengthen the regulations and we have the umbrella to the implementation, then we can continue with the next steps. And we did include the stakeholders since the first phase, but the first phase is more on the platforming the stakeholders communications, and on the second phase is more on the involve them in the planning. So on each phase of the roadmap, we always include the stakeholders. I hope that answer your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Atika. Must be Brick.
Yeah, okay, thank you for the question. So actually, the concept of micromediation is actually brand new to the research world. And I actually also known this concept of technology is from my lecturer. He introduced me about the potential of mushroom to remediate and accumulate heavy metals in the surroundings. If actually fungi naturally has the ability to absorb everything, substance in their environment. But of course, there is the specific interaction between the substance, the metals, and the HIFA, or we call the structure of the mushroom is actually structured by HIFA. HIFA is like the cell-like, we call it benang, like that. So there is the specific interaction, and based on my research also found that there is the specific interaction between the metals and the mushroom. So actually this is a very promising research to know more about how is the interaction between the kind of mushroom, like the groups of mushroom and the group of metals in the environment. And also about the application in the local environment or the local community. Actually, from my lecturer also, there is the community of mushroom hunter in Indonesia. So there is, maybe it's like the study community that run by the community or the society, mushroom hunter. So they inform about the mushroom that available or the mushroom that they found on the environment, their environment. So maybe it also can become the foundational information to maybe we can take the mushroom and then we can develop the technology like that. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. So with that, we will conclude the panel 12. So thank you so much to all of the speakers for the insightful presentation. And also thank you for our participants for the thoughtful engagement and during the discussion. So I will just quickly and briefly summarize our panel today. So it's highlighted how scientific innovation, data and technologies, and governance approaches can work together to address some of Indonesia's most pressing land and water challenges. And thank you once again, all, and please enjoy the rest of the conference.
Boleh jempolnya or maybe anything. Thank you so much everyone again for coming into this panel. After this you can have the lunch provided at the first floor near the Manteng room or Breakout 1 room. And then the prayer room is at this floor. You can go to the right side of this pathway, and then you can follow the signage to go to the prayer room. And our next panel is the action research from WRI Indonesia, research in progress. We'll start around 1:35. So to those of you who have not been having lunch, please go to have your lunch first at the first floor. Thank you so much. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for coming into this panel. Maybe before we start the session, please fill the front seat first, front and second seat first, so that we could have more intimate and closer discussion. Thank you. We will start in around 2 o'clock. Thank you so much. All right. Okay, so now we will start the session. Thank you so much everyone for coming to this panel. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Welcome to Parallel Panel 15, the Action Research WRI Indonesia's Research in Progress. My name is Rizky Nasidkiatul Hamdani and I'm really pleased to guide you to this session. Today's panel will showcase several research from WRI Indonesia. All of those research really reflect WRI Indonesia's commitment to strengthening the evidence-based environmental governance, and these studies move beyond academic inquiry because what we define as action research is something designed to inform policies, improve institutional systems, and support communities on the front lines of the climate change. So today in this panel we will hear 4 presentations covering the blue carbon governance, subnational climate finance, EUDR compliance in palm oil supply chain, and socio-economic impacts of Jakarta's low economic zones policies. So without any further ado, we can start the session, and I will call out every presenters to come forward first, and then you can have your presentations. So the first presenter is Mas Azwar Najib. Please come forward first. Please round of applause for Mas Azwar, the blue carbon specialist of. Thanks so much. And the second one is Kamila Harinisa. Please come forward. And Kasara Silitong also. Please come forward. And then the next one is Kak Sofia Saleh. Please come forward. Maybe round of applause. And then the last one is Kak Mutiara. Yeah, Kurnia Sari, please come forward. So without any further ado, the first presenter will be Mas Azwar Najib. He will unpack the governance challenges that limit Indonesia's blue carbon potential. So please, time is yours, Kak Azwar.
Thank you, Mbak Siti. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Actually, I'm delighted to be here to discuss with you all. First of all, my name is Azwar, as a blue carbon governance specialist from WRI Indonesia. I'll present about harmonizing sectoral governance to strengthen the blue carbon ecosystem in Indonesia. Actually, this is part of our article, the outdoor Umi Purnamasari, myself, Ardi, and Chitra over there. Okay, and yeah, this study under a project of blue carbon governance collaborate with Bappenas and ICTTF and AFD. Okay, the presentation will focus on the urgent need to harmonizing, to align regulatory and institutional framework to unlock the potential carbon asset. Next. Yeah, let us establish the context first. The urgency of climate action for Indonesia cannot be overstated, as we know that Indonesia faces significant climate threat, particularly sea level rise and consequently biodiversity risks. And then, as we know, also Indonesia have a Paris Agreement and call Indonesia to commit to global emission reduction. Yep. And then our primary NDC goals are ambitious to achieve volume net sink by 2030, massive mangrove restoration and renewable energy. Yeah. However, this is the crucial point. The marine sector, especially seagrass, remains excluded from formal NDC mitigation target. As well as in second NDC, they are mentioned that maritime sector, especially seagrass, just qualitative aspect. And then, talk about achieving NDC benefit require robust, right? Especially in the cross-sectoral coordination, but currently the cross-sectoral coordination from like sorry. Here is the timeline about our NDC to understand the current evolution of NDC since Indonesia ratification of the Paris Agreement. Yes, consequently updated, demonstrating increased ambition and strategic adoption. In this slide, blue carbon is in first NDC. I mean, blue carbon is not especially included as a marine sector until the second NDC. Blue carbon from marine ecosystem is recognized as having potential, but it is not yet a distinct sector category. This evolution confirms we are moving in the right direction, but full formal integration is still pending, I think. Right? Next. Here is carbon definition. I think you are all, I'm sure that you are know the blue carbon is. And then positioning blue carbon, yes, either between volume sector and marine sector. As we know that mangrove, especially in the forest area, the authority under Ministry of Forestry, and then the seagrass fully under KKP or Next, that tell of two ecosystem that remind us between mangrove and seagrass have different stands. As we know that mangrove are more established than seagrass. It's also about readiness. Mangrove have higher MRV and institutional readiness than seagrass distant goal for carbon market, like of baseline data. And how about path to harmonization? There are we divide four pillars. But before I explained the pillar, we have a strategic priority shift beyond carbon market to accelerate progress. Indonesia must actively to establish governance and infrastructure aligning with the forthcoming second NDC. We know that, for example, Sigres, you know that Sigres have not MRV, the robust MRV, and then the national map of Sigres. And then the priority must shift from a narrow focus on carbon market to strengthening ecosystem governance first. We assume that we must focus on ecosystem first, then we can move to carbon market, especially for Sigres. Yep. The market are distance goal to the lack infrastructure, focus on non-carbon market benefit. Here, the pillar one about policy and regulatory framework. There are gaps and solutions, either mangrove and Sigres ecosystem. Yeah, and then the second is institutional and governance arrangement. For Sigres, we need to create cross-ministerial task force, including Sigres. Even if in Indonesia have national stakeholders platform like NBCAP, but we have to strengthen the platform. And the third, about MRV challenge and infrastructure, the common solution, we have to build local capacity for government staff and NGO in MRV and practice to ensure the data sustainability. Yep. And the last pillar about community and finance mechanism. For mangrove, for social infrastructure, we have to integrate the traditional knowledge with scientific framework, capacity building for fishers and gleaners. And about the finance, we have to mobilize domestic funding alongside international fund. Yeah, for the last, I think harmonization is not unification, right? Harmonization does not require unified management, but rather cross-learning, especially between KKP and Ministry of Forestry. Restoring biodiversity can avoid immediate action on governance gaps is essential to mitigate the worst impact of the climate crisis. I think that's all for me. Yep, thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Pak Azwar, for presenting your research about the blue carbon. The first presentation is it's really interesting to show how we define action research, at least in how you work. We see the research gap there. There is one ecosystem that has not been incorporated into the NDCs, and you have to search how the methodology of counting the seagrass capture and those kind of things, blue carbon in the seagrass, and then you also show how this gap is really relevant with the national policies, and as well also explain how the advocacy works to engage really with every key actor. So thank you so much for that. Now move on to the next presenter, Mila Harunisa and Kak Sarah Silidonga. We will share insight on how West Sumatra can strengthen its REDD Plus governance architecture to expand access to climate finance, moving beyond incentives to institutional readiness. Time and place is yours, Camila. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mbak Sitki. Good afternoon, everyone. Let me introduce myself. My name is Mila. I'm with Sarah here. We'll explain more about our action plan for the West Sumatra government. This is one of our action research to unlock the subnational access for the forest-based climate finance at the first time. And after that, we found that we must optimizing the result-based payment from that to build a robust for the RED Plus architecture. That we are also now in the COD 30. There is also another scheme similar for the RED Plus, but we can follow the implementation after this. Oh, oops, I cannot. Yeah, maybe some of the background from the research itself. What is the climate finance? That we are trying to reverse climate finance as a local, national, and also for the international funding to support all activities that strengthen the climate resilience. As we know, as we know, the climate change poses the threat in Indonesia. We also have some hydrometeorology events and that may harm the national economy, and it will also increase the risk of the environmental damage and also for the social disruption in Indonesia. This is some of the source of our climate resilience financing for now, for the domestic and also for the international, until for the GCF and also for GEF, multilateral, bilateral, from the private sector, philanthropies, and also from the others. Yeah. Why? Okay. For now, RED Plus is one of the most established for the mechanism, and we have some result-based payment and also for result-based contribution from the RED Plus scheme. Can you share the screen again? Okay. Next, please. I think that's, yeah. It's not working? Can you help me to the next slide, please? Yeah, sorry. Yeah, please the next slide. Before this slide, yeah, before that, before it, okay. Next slide, next. Yeah, this is why the RED Plus in subnational level is important. One is the first thing is to reduce the risk of the baseline increase and the overcrediting, the leakage monitoring, and we need to for the coherent from the MRV system in all jurisdictions in Indonesia, and also for providing incentive for policy and regulatory change in Indonesia itself. Next, please. This is one of our funding now from the RED Plus scheme that from the GCF and also Norway bilateral partnership and also for the FCPF. So we are trying to see the mechanism for that standards and also for their funding. Next. Yeah, this is one of Indonesia result-based payment that incentive from the GCF that I mentioned before, and West Sumatra and other provinces also get the incentive, and the budget allocation also based on Indonesia GCF proposal. One of them is trying to develop the RED Plus architecture for the subnational readiness to get more funding in the climate finance itself. And this research trying to identify that the incentive is disproportionate to provincial mitigation potential, and for the other potential, we also trying to see the voluntary carbon market itself, but we will follow the regulation that from our ministry for now, because the implementation of that still on the review and still on the process to get the review on this. The other side for the potential and challenges, maybe Sarah, will you tell more and deep dive about this? Thank you.
Is the first one is related to the financing gap. So
it is we identify that the incentive amount from the RBP scheme is not sufficient to cover the needs to conduct climate action that is forest-based. And this results in the urgency to expand subnational access to climate finance, because the existing incentive is not enough, then more access to the financing scheme is needed. And we try to analyze using the satellite imagery data regarding the potential of the emission reduction from the forest sector in West Sumatra. And we, after finding the potential of the climate mitigation, we try to evaluate that utilizing two scenarios. The first one is JNRPCS, and the second one is the R3s. And it is clear that the potential is considerable, it's quite big, but it's not something that is easily accessed. There's something that needs to be done to unlock the potential, and we're going to talk about that next. So this is some of the financing scheme that we identified and we learned. And we realized that there's a lot of requirements from each mechanisms, be it the market-based one or even the result-based one, including the GCF, the incentive one. It also requires a lot of requirements that is really rich in technical and even financial modalities. Next. Next. So with that being said, we realized that although the potential of the climate financing from market mechanism is high, the requirements is very rigid and it's quite hard. And also, by utilizing cost-benefit analysis, we found that if we try to see which one is the cheapest and which one is the most expensive one, BioCF, ISFL is the cheapest one, and followed with FCPF, and then R3s and JNR Vera. So I mentioned that JNR Vera and also the R3s promise a very high amount of incentive, but it turns out to be the schemes that requires a very big amount of capital to begin with. Next. Next. Yes, in addition, the JNR Vera gives the lowest revenue compared to the others. And as for the R3s, the promising high amount of incentive is something that comes from negotiation between REDD+ countries and the buyers, or even the bilateral countries that has interest in buying the credits. Next. This is the summary of what I explained before. The market-based mechanism is promising, but the accessibility issues is very apparent. First, the high cost for registration, verification, and also MRV. The second one is limited capacity from the related stakeholders and the government. The next one is the weak financial capacity. And therefore, we realize that since it's very hard to access, yet the gap of the climate financing needs to be addressed, then we have to work with what we have now. Therefore, the RBP and grants are something that is very feasible to work with. Next. Then what can we do to ensure that the existing grants is something that could be leveraged into something that is more promising in the future? It's clear that the architecture or the governing framework is something that needs to be developed very robust and very strong, since it's something that ensures that the whole implementation of the REDD+ and other forest-based climate action is accountable and measurable and scalable. The key elements cover the planning and budgeting frameworks, followed with safeguards, both environmental and also social, and then MRV, or measurement, reporting, and verification, and the last one is the benefit sharing mechanism. Next. This is some rough rough concept on how the benefit sharing works. This is the lesson learned from the FCPF project in Kalimantan. Well, basically from the emission reduction framework, 25% of it will go to the governing entities, be it the national government or even the subnational government. And then 65% of it will goes to those who conduct the implementation of the project. And the other 10% will go to rewarding the historical forest protection. Next. Next. Yes, we realize that for future research is needed to address this points. Next. Yes. So this is what we identify as what needs to be done to encourage subnational government in accessing more climate finance. The first one is to build strong subnational REDD+ architecture, and then we have to ensure that this is well communicated among stakeholders and even the local communities and also the indigenous people. And the next one is to ensure equitable lasting benefits for communities and forests, followed with emphasizing long-term credibility and performance, which will improve the subnational government readiness for market-based mechanism, and at the end of the day, it will result in scaling up the financing scheme into the market-based mechanism. Next. And this is what we have done so far. The first one is the rapid research for the REDD+ architecture, and then we've done stakeholder mappings to support the development of the REDD+ architecture, while also analyzing other potential source of funding, along with the cost-benefit analysis that I've mentioned before, and also this SWOT analysis for the West Sumatra REDD+ architecture. What we need to work on together with the government is the safeguard research and document development, which is currently happening for now. So that would be it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Maybe a round of applause for both research, two research really interesting on speaking how really evident gaps in carbon-related issues, not only speaking about the methodology but also how to define result-based payment. And one thing to highlight is really how to build the link and bridge between the global commitments, national commitments, to even local, not only subnational but local and district level government, so that everyone really get the benefit. We don't want to benefit only one or two level of government. So thank you so much for sharing your research, and I'll move on to the next speaker, Kak Sofia Saleh. Kak Sofia, we'll move a bit to talk about compliance and palm oil industry. So please, time and place is yours, Kak Sofia.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sofia Saleh, and I will be presenting my research about the road to compliance, the readiness of Indonesia's palm oil industry for the European Union deforestation regulation. Okay, so for a little bit of context about the Indonesian palm oil industry and the European Union deforestation regulation, or in short, the EUDR, as you may have already know, that palm oil industry plays crucial roles both in our economy and even the global economy. And it creates jobs for more than 16 million people and contributes to 4.5% of GDP in just recent years. And however, the rapid plantation expansion due to more demand of palm oil in the past 2 decades have contributed to significant deforestation, be it in Sumatra, Kalimantan, and even a little bit in Papua. And it's not only from major producing countries like Indonesia, but also from Malaysia. And of course, as one of the major consumer, in which the EU itself is one of the biggest importers of palm oil, which is the third, if I'm not mistaken, among others, recognizes its shared responsibility in addressing this deforestation issue. And that's why in 2023, the EU introduced the EUDR regulation to curb deforestation associated with 7 key commodities, which are oil palm, cattle, timber, cocoa, soy, coffee, and rubber. And for this, companies exporting to these products to the EU must prove that they are deforestation-free and forest degradation-free since 1 January 2021. And it requires some due diligence process, including some of product details, volumes, geolocation of production areas, and also land rights. And what are the impacts? Of course, because of this, Indonesia has the potential to lose in Indonesia's gross domestic products of or GDP, and it will result in job losses. And the other one is the exclusion of smallholders, in which smallholders have risks to be excluded from the market if they cannot prove that they have geolocation and land legality. And of course, there will be increase of compliance costs because there will be more things to do, more activities to do to comply to the EUDR itself. Okay, now my research is here to analyze the level of readiness of stakeholders in Indonesia to comply with the EUDR requirements, and also the challenges they face, and a bit of recommendation that can be adopted to accelerate compliance with the regulation. Here is the methodology. So first we conducted an interpretation of the EUDR and we categorized it thematically. And the result is that there are 7 themes that we select, which are geolocation, about land use rights, commodity segregation in the supply chain transparency, deforestation, environmental and social protection, and the last is data privacy. So first, we conducted literature review. We collected national and subnational regulatory documents that align with EUDR compliance requirements. And then we conducted interviews to 8 national and subnational government institutions, 6 palm oil companies. There are big palm oil companies, so we didn't include the small and medium companies due to limitation of the research and due to access of the research itself. And another one is One Palm Oil Association. For data analysis, all of the interviews are transcribed verbatim. And then we use qualcoder to transcribe the data, and then we use R to create this diagram in the right side here, so we can have a conclusion of what are the themes of the results of the interview. So these are the results. The first one is about geolocation and land rights. So I would just like to highlight several key results here from this research. And about the geolocation and land rights, actually Indonesian government has its own regulations regarding these two. And they have been collected data into 2 systems called Siperibun and also ISTDB. However, only 2% of smallholders have been registered into these 2 platforms. And also for companies, there are only 2,100 companies that have been registered. And the registration is including the SHM or Surat Hak Milik, SKT for smallholders, and concession licenses such as Izin Usaha Perkebunan and HGU. Now for the supply chain commodity segregation, several large companies have adopted the principles of NDPE in conducting their business. However, we don't know the extent of the adoption to the level of medium or small companies. And for the environmental and social protection, those companies that have RSPO or Roundtable Sustainable Palm Oil and Indonesian Sustainable Palm Oil certificates they have adhered to sustainability standard and conserve the remaining forests. However, there's still some issues, which is that it requires substantial resources. And for the deforestation part, there are at least 2.1 million hectares of existing oil palm plantations located within the forest area. And also there's a difference in the definition of forests, Indonesia and the EUDR. So Indonesia has different definition of forests, and because this country, Indonesia, doesn't include limited forest production or hutan produksi terbatas and permanent forest production or hutan produksi tetap as forests. So they are not included as forests in here. The last one is about data privacy. So the requirement of companies to collect data and then to collect data transaction and then geolocation, and also to the European Union, it has implication where it will violate Indonesia's data protection regulation, and since today there is still no agreement yet on the security of the shared data, and there will be data leakage if we need to share the data to the EU. Okay. Oops. So, in conclusion, the lack of all of those geolocation data, proof of legality, and then there are still many smallholders and also companies that have not been segregated their supply chain, and all of this discussion before are still critical to be addressed. And these challenges may result in this commodity industry being unable to sell its product to the European market. So the next thing is that Indonesia still has the potential to continue exporting to the EU gradually, and this is the keyword here, gradually, because Indonesia can still export their palm oil to the EU by prioritizing those that are already sustainable, because they may have already land legality and also geolocation and already adhere to sustainability standards. Meanwhile, all other palm oil exporting countries like Malaysia and Thailand must also work together with Indonesia to have more discussion with the EU and agree on creating a fair, non-discriminatory trading system, any parties before 2027. Okay, that's all from me. Thank you very much.
Thank you so very much. Maybe a round of applause for Kak Sofia. One thing I would like to highlight is how when we talk about research and action research, we don't talk about only government or maybe communities, but it also how it can leverage also business, more importantly the smallholders, to be able to chip in or maybe kind of jump in into something bigger and contribute to their economy also. Now we move to the next presenter, Kak Tiara Kurniasari. She will talk more about the low emission. I find it hard to low economic zones or maybe low emission zones in Jakarta, and how it affects the poor urban communities in Jakarta. So time and place is yours, Kak.
Thank you. First of all, anyone here familiar with the low emission zone? Nobody, all right. Well, to be fair, I wasn't really familiar with this concept as well before joining WRI at Clean Air Catalyst team. So let's begin this journey together. My name is Mutiara Kurniasari. I'm a GETC analyst at WRI Indonesia. This is part of our work under Clean Air Catalyst project that was supported by now defunct USAID. So many sad stories in this research, and we developed this research together with our colleagues from WRI Global, WRI Europe, and of course WR Indonesia. And Jakarta was selected as one of the pilot cities alongside Indore in India and Nairobi in Kenya. This is also work that was heavily lifted by community partners who made this research possible. Okay, so our starting point is simple, that Jakarta's low emission zone, or LEZ, want to deliver gains in the core, but risk deepening inequities in neighboring kampungs. So as of now, there's one official LEZ in the city, which is in Kota Tua, a really small box there. But from the perspective of neighboring kampungs, not so easy, Ferguso. They perceive that there's an uneven benefits and burdens, as they see that LEZ only aim to improve air quality and urban amenities only in the Kota Tua's core. However, traffic, noise, air pollution are displaced into adjacent kampungs such as Kunir, Balokan, and Duri. Environmental gains are specially concentrated, while social and environmental costs spread to urban poor margins. And then, of course, they are the most affected. The low-income kampung residents, the women, children, elderly, trans women communities, informal vendors, logistic workers. These are the communities we're speaking to. And those are the groups with the least secure tenure, weakest institutional recognition, and fewest mobility options. And then how does the inequity shows up? It shows up in three points. First, in terms of distributive inequity, they experience pollution, income loss, harassment. We'll talk about that later. Compliance costs are borne by those least able to pay. And then, of course, procedurally, kampung residents were not meaningfully consulted, and of course, lack clear grievance channel. And contextually, they experienced insecure tenure. We'll talk about that later, but the communities in Kunir and also in Gang Lengkong were survivors of forced displacement, and their precarious livelihoods limit adaptive capacity. And what needs to change? We want LEZ to be designed with equity as a core principle, not as an afterthought. And this co-design needs to be with communities, and investment in inclusive public transport and active management of spillovers need also be considered. And of course, the LEZ needs not undermine the urban poor residents. There needs to be safeguards in terms of tenure and economy. Okay, stop there. All right. So here's the context, a bit of a context. The Catalyst team consisted not only of GETSI team, but also the science, the hard science team, and also the health team, who we are supported by Philo Strategies, and they've researched that more than 10,000 premature deaths annually attributed to air pollution in Jakarta. And then they also estimated, using CBA, at around 2.2% of Jakarta's gross regional domestic product linked to air pollution. And then this is also the background in which this city is historically built as a car-centric city, and they have intensified emissions from transport, industry, and energies. And then there's also slow and fragmented improvement in public transport and walkability. And those reliant on walking and public transport face longer journeys and higher exposures. And I also want to make a statement that some researcher would use the term informal settlement. However, we don't really see that the informal settlement term would capture what kampung is. We see that kampung hosts large parts of Jakarta's population, but often lie outside formal planning and receive limited services. They are oftentimes been the forefront of forced evictions, especially during the previous governors. And then the high density characteristic of kampung itself meant low income and high income residents share ambient air, but only wealthier groups can afford mitigation. And without explicit equity safeguards, there's a risk that benefits in the core of the LEZ are paid for by displaced burdens in adjacent kampungs. So this is the framework of our research. We want to know, how do LEZ-related changes affect mobility, access to services, income, health, safety, and well-being in kampungs? How do these three equity triangle, distributive, procedural, and contextual, emerge in the LEZ pilot, and how do intersecting identities, such as gender, age, gender identity, tenure security, and livelihood type, shape the differentiated impacts? We use Schlossberg's equity triangle, and then we also borrow Sense capabilities approach, and Crenshaw's and Collins and others researchers on intersectionality. This is the timeline we're working on. The phases, first, of course, preparatory groundworks. We collaborate extensively with Jaringan Rakyat Miskin Kota, or urban poor networks, and local leaders in each of the kampungs. And we did countless community visits to map and identify priority sites and vulnerable groups. We did small-scale GLCs, we called it gender learning circles, the small ones and the big ones, just for us to easy to make in the terms of reference. The small ones we did it in Kota Tua area, in Kampung Susun Kunir and Kampung Balokan, in Cilincing, in Kampung Gang Lengkong, and in Duri, in Jakarta Barat. And then the large-scale one on September last year, also involving Jakarta Environmental Agency, Transport Agency, and Health Office. We then, of course, synthesize and validate the data, and sadly, we cannot complete the last two parts that I put in red, because sadly, Donald Trump made us all unemployed. Then the limitation. Of course, we're using thematic analysis following Brown and Clark. We also code deductively. We also acknowledge that this is a qualitative study in a small number of kampung. Even though we involve around 150 plus residents, the findings we acknowledge are indicative rather than statistically representative. The data also collected 1 year after LEZ introduction, and that perception may evolve as policy and awareness changes. And also, this is the highlight of our research. It is really hard to divorce LEZ impacts from broader urban pressures such as congestions, tenure insecurity, and informal livelihoods. So, this is the map that was collected by our hardworking science team of the Catalyst. So they worked together with the Google Street Map car and trying to map polygons in which high-income and low-income population lives, and they see the exposures with which both of those groups experience. Let me just mencontek a bit. Okay, so well, the result of their study is that both high-income and low-income neighborhoods showed very similar ambient particulate matter exposure levels. And at first, it would appear that air pollution is shared democratically. But of course, we question that result because exposure is only one part of the story. We hypothesize that adaptability to health shocks, tenure security, housing conditions, livelihood precarity would shape very different lived experience beneath the same pollution. So this research dig deeper into those realities, and I don't know if you can see that, but the small yellow dots inside the number third red area is where the LEZ, the current LEZ, is located. And then next by it is the Kunir and Balokan kampung, and then the small dots at the corner of the third one is Kampung Duri, and then small dots nearby the fifth one is where Kampung Ganglengkong was. Okay, a bit of a context about those three kampungs. First one, Kunir and Balokan. Kunir is a kampung that was evicted in 2015, and then Balokan is an adjacent informal kampung nearby. And they were most of the residents are working in micro enterprises, small vending, small scale services, and then it is directly adjacent to LEZ. The one in Ganglengkong, it is a really small remaining community surrounded by container depots and warehouses. During the GLC, there was only 7 households left in Ganglengkong. And then the residents depend on logistic and depot related work. And then it illustrates industrial corridor and aspiration that future LEZ might reimagine a livable neighborhood for their kampung. And then there's Duri. It is a really dense alleyways near railway and market areas. Most of the residents are home-based work, micro enterprises. They are exposed to train dust, vendor smokes, congestions. And it shows also how LEZ and wider transport changes affect these kampungs. This is a bit of a photo of the kampungs that we were working in. The right ones are in Lengkong. So you can see the containers there. And then the middle ones are in Balokan and Kunir. And then the last one is in Duri, with which we're working with trans women communities there. So we see the daily mobility patterns of those groups. Men primarily use motorbikes, women use a lot more public transportation, and trans women, they rely on walking, mostly on walking. And a bit on public transport, because they have limited access to private vehicles. Yeah, I know. And then children, youth, they travel to school via school buses and minibuses. It shows that motorbike access is strongly gendered, and that care responsibilities and unsafe walking environments keep women and children in polluted areas longer, and that rerouting around the LEZ increases traffic through kampungs. This is when seeing in an intersectionally layered it in terms of impacts that observed, we see how each groups would experience pollution and travel very differently. And this is where we analyze into the equity triangle. Procedurally, of course, it was launched with minimal engagement, and then the complaints from the residents were never systematically captured. And then in terms of distributively, cleaner air, better amenities are only happening inside Kota Tua, but not so much in nearby kampungs. And contextually, of course, residents often prioritize immediate threats like eviction, flooding, and income instability offer a longer-term air quality improvements. So this is some of the recommendation that we made after the research, that we need LEZ planning moving from top-down socialization to a co-design that includes kampung residents. and that we also support a viable alternatives to private motorbikes, and that public space recovery and safety measures prevent externalities concentrating where vulnerability is highest, and we need to link LEZ design with social protection, tenure security, and fair access to economic opportunity. Thank you, and one last sentence, please, 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 please. So, as I mentioned before, we work together with the Gang Lengkong community, and we stand with Gang Lengkong and its former residents who lost their homes, their kampungs, and the social and cultural life that bound their community together. In summer 2025, Gang Lengkong is there no more, and over 2 years of working alongside them in our air quality efforts, their generosity and insights have deeply shaped our work and understanding. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Round of applause for Kamuti. And thank you so much for really give us a powerful reminder that even well-intentioned policies or maybe aiming in the name of improving the environment can, to some extent, deepen the inequalities and affected communities who are not engaged from the start. So thank you so much for that. And now I open the floor for questions. Maybe feel free to raise your hand to those of you who are here with us in Pullman, or anyone online, please keep in the chat maybe if you have any questions. Anyone? Maybe? 1 or 2 hands? Do you have any? Okay. If not, maybe I have one questions. If we reflect all of your research talking about bridging the gaps, filling the gaps, and bridging the multi-level governments, and this kind of thing, a bit of from all of your experiences, how powerful how powerful it is to be a young researcher to work in this kind of fields. How can we leverage our roles in filling those gaps and maybe pushing a bit more beyond the research recommendations into something that can be really happen in the field? So can you reflect on your experiences and please share what kind of the maybe key learnings for us to keep inspired or maybe stay on the track in this kind of challenging field in terms of doing this research action? Maybe anyone would like to answer first? Kawila, maybe? Okay.
Well, I would like to say first that you don't need to be a researcher to be to fill in the gaps and to create a better world. In the case of palm oil and deforestation due to palm oil, I guess anyone can be a researcher, not professionally but also independently, and they can collect data on the internet and see from their point of view and from everything what's happening on the internet right now. For example, like the floods in Sumatra, and also the conflicts between the elephants and communities in Tesonilo National Park right now due to palm oil concession. I guess, it is very powerful for young researchers, for everyone that can do their own research and speak to the world, speak from whatever platform you have right now, not only by creating policy recommendations on the paper, but also speak to everyone who wants to listen, wants to look at your platform. To be like that, it's good for them, it's good for us and for our future. Thank you.
Thank you. Kak Sofia, anyone would like to add? Kak Azhar, Kak Bila? Okay, Kak Bila, please.
Okay, maybe I just want to add that Sophia's statement before. I think the collaboration also is the key, not only for the young researcher, maybe for the academics and also for the NGOs or GSOs, or maybe for the private sector itself, and we can also doing something for provincials until the national level to protect our forests and so on and so forth. I think that's all for me.
Thank you. Kausar, yours.
Thank you. I just would like to add, I want to emphasize that we are on this constellation, right? We are part of these actors, and then we have interest, and we have to realize that in the interest context, they are independent and dependency of interest among each other, right? That's the first thing I assume that's important. So the regulations have to fitting it with evidence-based, right? And we are, as part of researchers, have strategic rules in this part. In the last, I want to say that we have to change this activity become voice rather than noise. Right. That's all.
Thank you so much. Maybe Kamuti or Kasara would like to add? Kamuti, okay, please.
I believe that researching is a form of activism, and that an anecdote that I always remember, and all of the hard scientists, hard science analysts at the Clean Air Catalyst project is also remembered, is when we did the General Nurse Circle 1 at 2023, we also did it in Gang Lengkong, and at that time the household was a bit bigger, around 24th compared to 7 only in 2024. And when we did data collection, it's not just data collection, we also did awareness raising. We use personal air quality monitoring, and we also let them know about the indicators, whether the pollution level is high or not. And on the second GLC in 2024, even though the remaining residence was so shrinking, they still remember what we discussed in the first GLC, and it is a profound moment for all of us, and that what we say, even just a tiny bit of voice of it, matters, and we need to be able to translate those really hard scientific terms into what the layman language would consider easy. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now, the second question comes from our friends online, joining online. Thank you so much. From Siska Gunawan. She's asking, maybe to Kamuti, for the research findings, what will be the follow-up steps and action plan to make impact, have positive changes in the livelihood of women and children in the research area? What is the next thing?
Maybe you can ask that to Donald Trump, because we don't really get the fundings anymore from the US aid. However, at WRI and the city's portfolio, although we could not really work directly on the air quality or LEZ issue as of now, we are still working on transport decarbonization. And in doing field work and data collection on that issue, we're still working with the communities we used to work with during the air quality projects, as well as another projects on housing. Because we all believe that air quality could never be divorced from the tenure security issues, from the bigger transport issues, and from the bigger city planning issues. So we tried to keep working with those forefront underserved communities in other issues that might matter more to them, rather than air quality that some researchers might say a slow violence that is, you know, we cannot see the air pollution. Well, we kind of see now, but you know, the impact is more longer term compared to, you know, you can just be forced, affected day by day.
Okay, thank you so much. Maybe that's it. We have any? Okay, so thank you so much, every presenters and every participants here. Maybe to highlight some points from this session, which is, for me personally, it's really inspiring. The first is how to utilize our privilege to be young and to be in this constellation, to be in this privilege of plenty of us are digital native. We could really easy to access any of information, and how we have the power to, you know, leverage those information to voicing any of our values that we believe, something that really bring equity, justice to the people and the nature. And another thing is to really think in a multidisciplinary kind of way of thinking, you know, because we cannot just use one point of view in saying that this problem, you know, we see air pollution is related to inequalities and how business and also, yeah, you know, methodologies and carbon related, and how governance also involved in this. So building this kind of thinking is really useful for us working in this sector. So maybe that's all for this session. So thank you so much again for all presenters for your really insightful presentations. Thank you also for all participants to be joining this last parallel panel round. So thank you so much again, and maybe a round of applause for all of us. And maybe after this we will be having a poster presentation sessions and 2 closing session after this. So please joining us until the end of the conference. So thank you so much again, everyone. Yeah, maybe a round of applause again for all of us. Maybe we have a group photo first before we close this session. Boleh.
Just a little announcement. We will have the poster presentation until 4 p.m. and then please come back to the plenary at 4 p.m. We still have one plenary session at the ballroom and also the closing session. Thank you.
Recording stopped.
Bapak Ibu sekalian, ada kotak takeaway if you want to bring the cake to home, or we still have a lot of sessions there. There's also the coffee break there, but you can also bring or enjoy the coffee break here, and then we can go there for the poster presentation.